Welcome everybody. This is Lance of PI TV. We are streaming. We got this Hurricane Melissa going on, and we're gonna share this information with you. It's getting close, if not already, on Jamaica. Category 5. Category 5 hurricane. Look at this here. We got various streams here that we can see. Look at this river is flooded. Flat bridge in Jamaica. And then we've got various scenes here. It looks like, some people are still on the streets, some are not. So welcome in. I'm going to send the email out to let everybody know we're live right now. So just bear with me for a moment here, folks. We're on our backup channel. For all those that are watching, we're on our backup channel. And it's early. The center of the hurricane looks like it's about 45 miles from land. Looks like it's about 45 miles from land right now. Here's the tracking of it right here. There's the tracking, the satellite image. But there's still people out, still a few cars out. So we're just going to be looking at different reports of what's going on over there. Look at that. He's riding his bike out there. There's a guy riding his bike. Couple cars going down right now. People walking around. This dang webcam don't work that well, so we just gotta bear with it. So here's the tracking of it right here, satellite image. You got people walking around. Look at that river. Look at that. Look at the coastline right there in the middle one. Top middle one. Look at the waves with the hotels. You can see the water in the upper right corner of that river going over. Let's see if we can see a better picture of it. Look. I guess there's a bridge right there that it's going over top of. Is that somebody sitting right there on the edge of the water? It sure is. By the little shanty shack. That little shanty. Somebody sitting there. They fishing or something? What are they doing? That thing might get washed away.
It is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. I'm meteorologist Brian Shields. Hurricane Melissa has not gotten weaker. It's gotten a little bit stronger. It is moving right into Jamaica, as we have been talking about. It is moving right in. Conditions are going downhill. Now, if you can hear me in these parishes still at this point and you're getting the word out, Hanover, Westmoreland,
Okay, they're giving an update.
St. Anne, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, these parishes, again, everything you can do to protect yourself at this point. Most likely this is going to come right on shore, Westmoreland back towards St. Elizabeth and into Manchester. In these zones, this is one of the most powerful hurricanes we've had in the entire Atlantic basin that is about to make a landfall. This is one of the strongest storms we've had on record. It is not weakening. It is going to move in Savlamar, back toward Black River, Treasure Beach, in these areas, even over toward Mandeville. Here is the eye of this, right? It is coming in and is all turned as we've been talking about, and it is moving in a very life-threatening situation, as we well know.
Wow.
So in these zones, again, if you're sitting right in here, as I mentioned, especially Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and over toward Manchester Parish, in through here, Black River, Treasure Beach, back toward Savlamar, even just a little bit toward, say, over toward Milk River. In these locations, you could have roof failure, walls can kind of, the siding get ripped away. So with that, I know this is kind of a tough talk, but if you just hang with me for a second, if you're in these locations right in through here and you're in your safest spot, the most interior spot of your home, oftentimes that is a bathroom, you want to have a mattress, a blanket, towels, some sort of stuff like that, because if the roofs come off, if the walls start to fall apart, you want to have something to protect yourself, your family, best you can. Have your shoes on as well in this sector as this all moves in. With that, you can see some of the gusts. Now, you want to protect your head as well. If the home you're in starts to kind of fall apart, with this, maybe a bucket or a pot to protect yourself, oftentimes in the bathtub. That is the safest location you can be. Again, we're just trying to protect lives at this point. That's what we're doing. I do appreciate you sharing this information if you still do have the power. But again, know that this weather community is with you, right? Everyone is behind you. There are teams outside of Jamaica that are doing what they can to get help once this passes by. But Savlamar, back toward Treasure Beach, over toward Mandeville, again, severe structure damage, winds of about 185 miles per hour. Those will be some of the gusts on this. This will lift up toward Montego Bay, Falmouth, St. Anne, so St. Anne's Bay, winds gusting to about 145 miles per hour in this. The track, again, unfortunately hasn't changed. I wish we had better news to pass along. Winds right now at 175 miles per hour. That is sustained. That's why I mentioned the gust as high as
175 miles per hour.
That's about 280 kilometers
wind. That's crazy.
This is moving to the northwest now at about 7 kilometers an hour. That's about 5 miles per hour. So again, everything taking this into Jamaica, it took the turn. It did everything that we've been talking about, everything we've been preparing for. The pressure, again, continues to be extremely low. The pressure is down to 901. As the pressure drops, that means stronger winds. The winds are roughly, again, 175, maybe 180. As far as the hurricane winds, they extend out 45 kilometers or about 30 miles. The tropical storm force winds 315 kilometers or 195 miles, to show you how strong, how powerful, how wide all of this is. Now, as this works in, again, this is going to continue to move in. With that said, as the eye moves overhead, if you end up in the eye where you have the destructive winds and then there's a period of calm, you've got about 10 to 30 minutes within the eye where it is calm. We obviously don't go outside where it is calm. So you have 10 to 30 minutes within the eye, if you have that calm period, to kind of reposition yourself. Grab an additional mattress.
Look at that.
If you've had
them things is not going to survive
this
hurricane.
So you have the destructive
upper
winds,
left corner.
You have that 10 to 30 minute period to kind of adjust within your very safe spot. And then the winds are going to swing in out of the other direction. Be mindful of that, as the winds will change direction at that point. You want to stay low. We're going to stay safe. We'll stay together through this, right? That's what
this person is by this little shanty, boy.
With that. So again, we'll get into the storm.
They need to back up.
Cuba, this southeastern Cuba, this will have high impacts and moving right toward the Bahamas, fine-tuning it for the Bahamas. Now, here's that eye that I'm talking about as this moves into, say, right around Black River. This is the very destructive winds in this. Again, don't use this terminology lightly. This is flat out a very scary situation at this point. That onshore flow in this, we're going to have, again, that life-threatening surge that we have been talking about. Been doing everything I can to get the word out about this with you. You've helped me so much get the word out. But here's the eye of this moving in. The very, very strong winds that are going to be right around this. The center of this sitting just south of Falmouth, kind of splitting Falmouth, Black River, Mandeville over toward St. Anne. So that is the eye, again, that 10 to 30 minute calm period where you can adjust your not adjust your location where you are, just in your safe spot if you need to grab an extra mattress or something like that. Then on the back side, you get the back eye wall moving in. So again, heaviest weather all around the eye wall, whether it's north, east, south, or west. Then this will lift over toward St. Anne, lifting up by 2 p.m. today. Still, the very destructive winds, a possibility of that along the northern coast, right in through here. You can pick your spot. Winds kind of turning. There's the eye. Then after 2 p.m., after about 3 p.m., this lifts away. By 5 p.m., this will continue to work its way up toward Cuba as we work our way into tonight, and then moving across the Bahamas as we work our way. Parts of the Bahamas, I'll highlight that, not all of the Bahamas, parts of the Bahamas as we work our way into tomorrow. So here is the eye, this red shading right in here, Maypen, close to Spanish Town, Kingston. We've had very high gusts around 90 miles per hour. They're only going to get worse. Again, this is a worst case scenario for Jamaica. We know that. We've been highlighting it. It will be the worst storm Jamaica has ever had. It will be the strongest hurricane Jamaica has ever had. This will work its way in right in through here. This red shading you're seeing here, this is that core that will have the destructive winds. You've known about this. You've been spreading the word with me. Take some solace in the fact that you've done, I don't know if that's the right terminology, bear with me. You've done what you can to prepare for this storm, right? And now is the worst, and it is moving in with the loud sounds and all of that sort of thing. But you've been with me every step of the way with this. And you can see right through here, again, as we work our way in this red.
Okay, looking at the Weather Jamaica says about 30 minutes ago, as of 7 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center. Category 5 major Hurricane Melissa's maximum sustained winds remain at 175 miles per hour. She is moving toward the northeast at now 7 miles per hour. And she's getting ready to make landfall in southwest Jamaica. We're covering the Category 5 hurricane in Jamaica. Okay, here's somebody on X that said that the eye of the storm is about as close to a perfect circle as can be, and it's exceptionally massive. Its entire development has been nothing short of a meteorological perfection. The fact that Jamaica has missed a hurricane like this for so long is incredibly impressive. Okay, Jamaica has declared a state of emergency as Category 5 Hurricane Melissa barrels towards the island, threatening record-breaking winds and catastrophic rainfall. Okay, who's playing music? Is it this? Yeah, we can't have no music. Okay. Look at these people in the lower corner. They by that little shanty. Boy, there's 3 of them. I wonder how high they are up from the water. Here's the radar track right there. You can see the eye is super. It's a circle, and that's calm. So the hurricane is coming into Jamaica. Let's see what the latest reports are from Jamaica. Let's see the latest reports. Core of Hurricane Melissa nearing Jamaica. Max winds 175 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 7 miles per hour. Hurricane warnings for Jamaica, eastern Cuba, central and southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm warnings for Haiti and Turks and Caicos. Mo says he's worried about the people and their pet safety. Here we can hear the winds on this one. Look at those shanties, boy. All right, welcome in. This is Lancer PI TV. We're on our backup channel here watching this Cat 5 hurricane hit the coast of Jamaica.
Put out those links. Just give me some time. I've just been trying to deal with this, and I've been trying to get the correct information on everything. And then this will lift up toward the north by later today. And then you can see already the rain moving into parts of southeast Cuba. Here's the center of it by tonight, sitting right over extreme southeastern sections of Cuba. Again, winds as high as about 120, which means we're going to have some higher gusts that surf.
Some people said that many don't have a place to evacuate aside from hotels and tourists. And they're saying that the Jamaica's infrastructure is not that good.
The biggest thing we are doing at this point. So again, absolute safe spot you can be. The eye will move into Jamaica. It is not, there's no deviation at this point. It's not going anywhere. It is on track. It is moving right into Jamaica. Have those items that I was talking about at the beginning of this video to protect yourself. And if you're in that eye wall, we're thinking of things like it's going to be
So it's still about 40 miles away. All right, this is a scene of the Flat Bridge. This is a well-known bridge east of Kingston. It's completely covered by water. The hurricane's force winds extend outward up to 30 miles from the center of the storm. I don't know why this camera just don't want to work right. Look at that little shanty shack right there. There's people that are like right there. That's somebody with their umbrella. That's dangerous. Let's see if there's any new updates on what's going on in Jamaica. There's a bridge right there. That's a bridge in Jamaica, completely submerged. Okay, from one newscaster says a Category 5 Hurricane Melissa is on final approach and will make landfall in Jamaica sometime in the next couple of hours, showing no signs of weakening or conducting an eye wall replacement cycle. Melissa will be the strongest storm to impact the island in modern history.
that a cold back, bro. We want Keita, eat that man. No, I won't that. Mankind time different from God time. So mankind to 7 night probably be all 9 o'clock before God. Right way. Please Lord protect Jamaica, definitely.
Okay, I got a live stream up from, we're going to listen to it from somebody actually in Jamaica. We got a live up from people that's actually in Jamaica right now. He's playing music. We got to cut it. I'll be right back, folks. let's check X again, see if there's any updates. The hurricane hunters are inside Melissa. Could be looking at under 900 MB the next update, meaning stronger. Hurricane Melissa is now stronger than Katrina. There's a bridge right there that's completely underwater. You can hear that wind noise. Hey, Clueless Lynn, welcome in. We're here just watching the footage of this Hurricane Melissa, the strongest hurricane to hit the Caribbean ever. You'd rather be in an earthquake? Because literally this, you know it's coming. That's one of the things is you know it's coming. You literally know it's coming. It's like, when's it going to get here? Right. The anticipation would get you. I got my phone. Hold on. But there's a bridge right here. I guess this is a popular bridge that is completely underwater right now. There's a pop. This is a bridge. Anybody know the name of that bridge right there? And there's actually people. You see the people in the corner there? I wonder how high they are up from that waterway. Because that just don't look safe at all.
It's cold in here.
All right, let me update it to see if there's anything new going on. Let me update it to see if there's anything new. They said that category 5 is not weakening as it's approaching landfall. 180 mile per hour winds, 896 MB pressure make it the sixth most intense storm of all time in the Atlantic Basin. Still people wandering around. You would move inland to get away. But where are you going to go? I mean, literally, if there's no shelters, where are you going to go? A cave. All right, let's see what this guy's saying.
So he's over here on the west side of the Black River Bay. So he
Right.
would,
I think he's trying to center the center, which would make more sense based on the last forecast track.
so Josh is over here. So if the center goes over Josh, the center of the center, then Black River Bay is going to have an absolute, just cataclysmic surge.
Right.
Surely he's aware that it's now 180. I mean, he's been through a lot, but dude, just a CJ, man, like, what do you?
So
me.
It looks like their internet is not
Said,
working
what is
in
the
Jamaica.
total eyewall size. I want to say, are we still at 10 nautical miles, or did they increase the size some?
Oh, let's look at the public advisory. Might be some information in there that's helpful. And the Hurricane Center is slow. You know that it's a massive.
So I'm reading the 9 a.m. update, and they said the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunters found that it's still strengthening. So I want to note that. And they will provide a position update at 10 a.m. So they started their hourly advisories at 9.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't say anything in here about eye diameter. But let's go back.
Oh,
to
here
the,
it is. This was
Here we go.
9
We're back.
UTC, so 9Z. So that's what, 5 a.m.?
So hurricane force winds are still 30 miles. That hasn't changed. Tropical storm 195. So.
And I do want to say that is a good thing that this is still remaining pretty compact. So it's really going to localize that wind damage. While it is going to be catastrophic wherever this thing goes through, at least it's going to be minimized in that regard in terms of distance. It's not some giant eye that's 40 miles across, you know what I
Right.
mean?
But I think you're going to have a swath, something like this, where
Oh,
you
yeah,
have
100%.
very destructive winds, which is most of. It's a good chunk of Jamaica.
Yeah, it's a good at least western 2/3
Yeah.
of the island.
And then Montego Bay
you know, I
really
don't
could
know.
get into some bad stuff there on that
Yep.
northwest quad as this comes in. Man,
I mean,
oh, man.
it's just bad.
991 pressure from Josh. This is his room. This is his house that he's staying in. It's Walt Whitman up in here, folks, how he wrote all this. I'm telling you, it's quite the prose. All right, let's check Jeff Piotrowski. You remember him? We met him in that parking lot when he had the dead bird in his grill or whatever.
Yes. Let's see here. I know Bryce.
All right, let's get back to it. The cars are all white. Okay. Looks like they're buffering again.
Graphics and everything. I just want to, shout out to him. I've never met him. We've interacted over the years over social media. His stuff, just look through his timeline. It has been just incredible. All the different things he's posted, keeping up with everything, very straightforward. I've really liked it. It's really helped me to learn a lot about this hurricane. One of the positives of social media.
Where do you add the
is,
freaking
you
title?
find people who are reliable and dependable, and there you go. So hats off to Ryan Maui for keeping it straight, and certainly Dylan Federico. So I want to know who Tropical Cowboy of Danger really is, because he's on those flights, and he's part of the crew that got that insane video yesterday.
Yep.
I gotta find out. I'm gonna talk to a couple of my Hurricane Hunter friends, and let's reveal the secret identity. Even if I have to keep it quiet, you're gonna have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, Mark. Fine with me. I just want to know who it is. See if it's somebody I know.
Yeah, it's buffering a little bit there, Clueless. Yeah. There it goes. Some of them are back.
And that wasn't even in the eye. Wow. Could be the strongest Atlantic hurricane by pressure. All right.
It very well could. It could break that 90-year record that some guy on a boat that rode out the 1935 storm on a boat on one of the Keys ended up getting. So I just want to make that abundantly clear. Like, this has not happened in 90 years.
Ryan
this is
Brown,
truly historic.
Right. What does extrapolated really mean? So you don't know exactly, and depending on where the drop zone falls, if it falls in an area where there's higher wind, you can then extrapolate what would have, because they're trying to get the absolute center of the eye where there's no wind, and that's where your lowest pressure is going to be. If they miss it by just a little bit and the wind is like 15 knots, they can extrapolate what it would have been had it been 2,000 feet over to the center or whatever. Literally extrapolating based on math. So there you go. Everybody says, when am I going to use this math when I grow up? Well, this is when you use that.
Hey,
math.
Clueless Lynn, look at that.
And
Yep.
of course, it's on computers. But that is a great question. What does extrapolated actually mean? And then, let me look at my chat here. KP, we're used to these things coming in around 20, and this thing is only, sped up to 7. Absolutely. This long duration
Like
event.
Ian.
God, yes. Ben Knoll with this shot here, all these different satellite sources. That's incredible. So this is important. He posted this 10 minutes ago. It's only 20 miles from Jamaica. So we're only 20 miles from landfall.
Yep.
Go back to this.
Now, I want to point out for those of you,
Oh, it's almost there, CJ. Go ahead.
Yep.
For those of you.
who may not understand landfall completely, that is when the center of the center goes over the coastline. So even though, half the eye may be on shore, that's when you really see where landfall is. But the worst weather is now reaching the coast.
Let me go back to the actual loop here. It's deceiving. Let me get the scale the way I want it, and I'll loop it. I want to see if it's gonna, if the center's gonna miss Josh.
Right.
No, I don't think so. So Morgerman is like right there, Crawford, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and Petrowski is roughly here, and Bryce is roughly here. Something like that. So yeah, Josh, I swear Josh better get some pictures of that stadium eye. That is,
I think you're going to see quite a few come out of this.
it's going to be interesting too to see how quickly this collapses and fills. When Patricia made landfall against Mexico 10 years ago, as it approached, of course its eye was like 3 miles across. It was like a 3-mile wide tornado, to be honest with you.
This is
By the way,
Lance.
the guy that does Weather Nerds is Matt Underline or something.
Yes.
Underline, whatever. I guess that's German.
Right.
Something. It's not Mike. I was mistaken. It's Matt. Anyway,
Okay.
the Patricia filled very quickly. And
Yeah,
its
there's
eye,
nothing.
like,
I couldn't
closed
find
up,
anything in addition to
as it
what
ran into
I already had,
a
so
big rugged,
that did not help.
continent, North America, Central America, whatever, Mexico. So Jamaica, while it's somewhat rugged or whatever, it's not the same as those a whole continent.
I mean, have
So
you
the
tried to get a hold of the
downsloping,
DMV?
Even
In your
as slow
area,
as
in
this is
in
going,
that
it's
state,
clearly
in
not
that state.
affecting this when it's just mere miles from landfall, CJ. And look at all the freaking lightning still.
Well, if you're trying to take them to court, if you're trying to take them to court, that's one of the exemptions to that the privacy law. So California is the worst of every state, but if they have forms that you fill out, so once you're trying to take somebody to court, they'll give you the data.
In there.
Right. I wonder if the Jamaican radar is still up.
In California, I don't know how it works in your state, but if somebody is trying to request driver information or registration information, and
Yes.
because they're taking somebody to court, there's a form that they fill out to show that they're taking them to court to get that information
Double click it.
released.
Yeah, I was about to say you're gonna have to
Because
stop
that's
it
one of
and,
the
like, move it
exemptions is
forward,
taking
'cause it's a
somebody to
bit
court. So if you're
long.
going to sue them for litigation, that's an exemption. So you just have to find out how to in your state how did you get that DMV record for with and for that exemption for that
Well,
because
I
you're
think
taking
it
them to
is
court.
gone.
So
So if you just
Yep.
okay,
It's
have a good
gone.
day.
But wow, look at that eye wall, dude.
it's
Look
very,
at that perfect
it's
circle.
very thick as well.
Yep.
Very thick.
I know there was so I was watching my local news here, which is the Fox affiliate out of Tampa. They were talking with Norcross this morning about a possible start to an eye wall replacement cycle, but I'm not seeing
Nope.
any further.
All right, these are the cams, courtesy of See Jamaica here, where we can see what's going on in Jamaica. The Hurricane Melissa is en route. You saying any insurance company can run a motor vehicle report? Yeah, but will they give that to you? That's the question. Somebody hired me to do a DMV lookup, a license plate lookup for them, but they didn't have the plate number. So, you know, that was how, but they had the owner's name, but they needed an address. But there was like 15 people with that same name in the city. Look at the waves in the middle, upper middle. The waves are getting big right there, it looks like. Look, people out walking. They're like, doo 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 doo. Here, let me see if I can get some more streams up. Hold up. Filtered so it's live. So we got, let's open that there. Let's take this one. Open that one. That one. Open that one. Open that one. Open that one. Let's close. All right, let's see what Fox is saying.
The sun has come up, no doubt. Though, you know, it's the ebb and flow of these outer bands as massive, destructive Hurricane Melissa makes its way into Jamaica, and it's only going to get worse in the hours to come. Many, many hours, and this is what we're expecting. You know, in some areas, 2 feet of rain, in some other areas, maybe even more, 3-4 feet in some of those higher elevations, and that.
Okay, let's see another one here. This is the airplane right here flying into that that storm. That's them flying into the storm there. That's crazy. Look at that. Let's see what this one is. This looks like somebody in their car. Now that looks like somebody in their car watching it right here. This looks like somebody from a hotel. Or a high up building. Okay, that's the eye. It's getting closer. It's getting closer, folks. Category 5 hurricane. Yeah, they saying they must be brave. Yep.
of this storm, and the fact that by the time it exits where we're at on the northern end, the fact that it will be a Category 4 still. And gosh, guys, I mean, it's anybody's guess. Maybe it's even a Cat 5 at that point when it exits. Melissa has been so volatile in the forecast and the meandering that I think, we are ready for anything that occurs here. Head on a swivel is an understatement at this point. And I can say that I think that we will likely be perhaps in the worst hurricane that many of us have ever endured. And I worry about the population here in the aftermath and quite frankly during all of this. A lot of the structures here are not as fortified.
Now, this is taken from the airplane that flies through these hurricanes. This is crazy. Let's check X, see if there's anything new going on. Let's see. Any new updates? This looks like the scene from somebody in a car.
Been making passes throughout the morning. The latest advisory that we just got in came from the Air Force. In fact, that's the recon that we're able to show you with this. So this is from the Air Force flight, and it's going to be making another pass. You can already see that they're heading out, dropping additional drop zones, about to move on through. The remarkable eye wall that we're seeing, once again, this is inbound and outbound, and how we've seen that wind just increase in intensity. The latest pressure that we have, as it's well removed, you can see what it is, pressure of 1,000 millibars. That number was down to 892. That's remarkable, and we'll see if the National Hurricane Center ends up reflecting that with the special advisory. I'll bring in Britta here. We're looking at this eye wall that's beginning to move ashore, and Black River is one of the many communities along the coastline here in Jamaica that's at risk of seeing the worst of it. It's wild to watch a Category 5 hurricane make that closest approach. One of the beaches, Treasure Beach, is in another town. If this thing jogs just a little farther to the east, it's very possible that we could see the eye wall move over Treasure Beach. It's going to be somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach, it seems.
You know, it's so few times in your career that you are in this moment and see this type of imagery. And this is an incredibly powerful storm, not just for Jamaica, but for the Atlantic Basin. When you look at what is going to be unfolding over the next 6 to 8 hours for Jamaica, we are going to see everything. I think the wind damage is going to obviously be heavily weighted on the western side of the island. We'll have the initial impact zone, which is what you're looking at between Black River and Treasure Beach. But again, as that eye continues to go all the way to the North Shore, roughly about a 50-mile, stretch here, you're just going to see prolific damage. I mean, we're talking about the removal of vegetation. Infrastructure is anticipated to fail. That's what the National Hurricane Center has put in their messaging since early this morning, and they do not use those words lightly. Now you have to take into account what we'll see on the other half of the island, because this storm is approaching from the south to the north, very heavily weighted wind-wise. For the impacts that is on the eastern side or the western side of the island, the eastern side of the island, we not only will see gusty winds, but I think the biggest impact for folks in Kingston, it's going to be the floodwater.
Yeah,
and
floods.
the storm surge.
And it's possible, that's according to our Fox model, that some of those peak wind gusts could certainly approach hurricane force, maybe get close to 90, 100 miles.
Look at that. Crazy.
Faster. That is a positive solution for the Bahamas because they'll have a matter of hours to be dealing with what at that point most likely will be category 2 conditions. But first we have to get through the first landfall, and that's going to be somewhere between Black River and Treasure Beach as a powerful 180 mile per hour Cat 5 hurricane at a minimum. Because again, this is not weakening. No signs of weakening at this point.
No signs, if anything, strengthening, because the last hour that we got, it was a 180 mile an hour hurricane. The hurricane itself, as we're watching, the sun's growing higher in the sky because we're heading toward the afternoon. So we are beginning to see more of that eye, and the ability that we have from space to peer down into and see the water. We saw those remarkable images yesterday from the hurricane hunters as they were penetrating this eye, showing us that stadium effect, and a lot of meteorologists remarking on how dry this eye is. And I think from a perspective of symmetry, it doesn't get more symmetrical than this. There's been discussions, even our Brian Norcross, which he's going to join us at the top of the hour, talking about maybe an eye wall replacement cycle. Still waiting on seeing that. Radar is the tool that we would use to really confirm that. That's what the National Hurricane Center has been paying attention to. If I'm looking at this thing, it's got a focus, and it's St. Elizabeth's Parish.
And unfortunately,
Look, they
it
still
is
got
just
traffic out.
continuing to bear down.
Yeah.
Once we get through that first eye wall for Black River and Treasure Beach, there will be a 45-minute-ish window of calm before they have to go through the backside of this.
Yeah, it's going to be 2. Yeah, they get hit once as that eye wall is moving ashore as we speak. We'll have landfall, and then you're going to get the backside of Melissa 2 as this thing's lifting off to the north-northeast at 7 miles an hour. As I had mentioned, we are going to be joined at the top of the hour by our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross. Our live coverage continues throughout the afternoon. Hurricane Melissa assaulting the island of Jamaica. Keep it here. We'll be right back as we...
All right, let's check to see if there's any new updates here. These are what the planes that fly through. Would you guys do this? Would you get in a plane that flies through a hurricane? I know I wouldn't. It's 9:39 a.m. in and they're sitting here waiting on it. That looks like they're in a car watching this hurricane. Gotta be back. folks. See, anything going on the news channel? Nope. Clip. Got to go in here and make me some tea. It's kind of cold in the bat cave. Now we're just watching what's going on in the world. That stream, is that over?
Be there. When was your flight supposed to leave, and is there a timeline?
So that's the hard part. I did the beginning. Yeah. So we were supposed to leave on Sunday, this past Sunday.
Yeah.
And once we heard people trying to get the earlier flights, that's why some of the members from this group were able to get out. But now it's Wednesday that our flight was booked for, but they alerted us yesterday that flight is canceled. So we rebooked for a Friday flight, but they're saying we don't know really when you're going.
Get off Friday, but it's probably be sometime maybe Saturday or maybe even next week. So
yeah, because of the aftermath.
And John and Alonzo, is the flight through Montego Bay? I'm assuming because both airports located on different shorelines will face different things. So
Yes,
you
and
are
ours
trying to
is
get out of
closed.
Montego Bay.
Yes.
It closed on Sunday.
On
And
Sunday at noon.
yeah, and
Yes.
now I
It
don't
was
know.
supposed to go out at 1 o'clock Sunday.
So how is staff preparing you for what's to come? Don, you had posted, I think that they are beach chairs that are going to be serving as cots. And so,
Yes.
so you all are going to essentially be sleeping in these different rooms tonight or tomorrow
So we
too?
already did. Like
Right.
this, we just did our first night last night on those cots and
Yes.
everything.
And remember, downstairs is the movie theater,
So
where
they're
they
in movie
spent their
seats.
night in
In
movie
chairs.
theater seats, no reclining. Like, so that's where we are. And that's like they gave us a sheet. We brought over our blanket and a pillow, and that's all we have. They said bring your essentials. So as you said, IDs, passports,
One
that type
change
of
of
thing,
clothes.
one change of clothes. And that's just one room. It's about 3 or 4 more of those, and that looks very organized. Just imagine people are sprawled out all over the place now. I mean,
Yeah, and you got to try to make do, right? I mean, as this hurricane's
Absolutely.
bearing down. So with mandatory evacuations that are set, I mean, you got to be ready to go by this afternoon. What is the game plan for you guys? You have to stay indoors? Are you allowed to venture out still?
oh no. So this board behind us, this is what all
We put it in.
like literally you cannot exit at nothing. There's no way to possibly get out. And so that is the part that makes it kind of hard because you can hear the wind, but in the ballroom that we're in, we can't hear anything. And so that's why they're just going to update us and our phones as long as we have service, which it actually now has been starting to cut out a little bit. So I'm in this space, that's why we're not moving, but it's starting to cut out a little bit. We're just like literally we're waiting.
We're at the mercy of the storm because the wind is not going to get any less than what it is right now. Like, when we woke up around 6 a.m., the wind was at like 60 miles per hour, and now it's probably closer to 80 miles per hour. So,
And so family members have been panicking. I've been every hour. I didn't get a 4-hour sleep because every hour on the hour, I have a group text of his family and my family, and I've been texting them, we're okay, we're still okay. Everyone, like Alonzo's sleep is just trying to ease their mind.
so
even
I'm
though we're
taking a
nervous.
shift. If she's going to get some sleep after this, then
Yeah.
I'll start notifying the family.
Yeah, trying to keep everybody in contact as long as you
Exactly.
can.
Exactly.
Just the human element here. I mean, just listening to both of you talk about this, I can feel my anxiety going up and my blood pressure responding. How are you two as a couple dealing with those physical reactions to this experience and trying to just
Jamaica. Hurricane winds approaching Jamaica. Let's see what they're talking about.
Born and grown in the Caribbean, no doubt about it. In Jamaica, one of the many beautiful islands within the Caribbean, but going to see just how furious that Caribbean can be during a season like this. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray for us in St. Anne's Bay. Appreciate it, Robert. Thank you. It continues, as we've been saying, the eye wall of Melissa already beginning to move through. We are going to continue with our live coverage. We'll also
Yes.
That's the beautiful.
There's the eye of the storm right there.
I don't care. I guarantee you he doesn't. But he really does a great job of that. Sets them up, knows exactly what he's doing, does terrific presentations. He is just very, it's a brand, it's a thing, and that's fine. Because something like this, you just don't have it very often, which is a good thing. But in the reality of it, I mean, what is going to be happening all through this area? That's that CDO I was talking about. And then the core through here. Just very, very bad things are going to be happening all through that. And then it's going to go up into Cuba over here. It's incredible to look at, but just, I know what's coming, the aftermath. You're going to get to the today, and then by tonight, it'll just be utter darkness. Yuck.
Yeah, Matt
Hannigan. This in the
he
Atlantic
says
Basin. Previously, the Labor Day hurricane of 1935. 892 millibars, strengthening with each pass that the hurricane hunters have been doing. We're also watching conditions deteriorate across the island, but we do want to bring in Fox Weather Hurricane Specialist Brian Norcross. Brian, I know that we've read many of special advisories, but reading the protect yourself from the wind, the best thing you can do, put as many walls as possible between you and the outside. It sounds like I'm reading a tornado warning, and we have winds that are that force.
Yeah, well, it's essentially an EF5 tornado. Remember in tornadoes that the winds are measured by gusts, and here the gusts are over 200 miles per hour. There's no question about that in the storm, and so this will be maybe a 50-mile wide or 30-mile wide EF5 tornado coming into Jamaica here. So very few structures will be able to maintain their integrity in that kind of a wind. And the best thing people can do is to hide behind, some kind of concrete. If you have some way to get multiple layers of concrete, we hope that's happening right now in the western part of Jamaica. We'll look at this close up in a second. But before we get off this particular view, I just want to mention Haiti here. Look, it's still getting pounded, and they've had tremendous rain there on this Tiburon Peninsula of Haiti. So they are getting a different kind of storm, but probably the heaviest rain, the totals will be over here in Haiti. 185 miles per hour, incredible, 892 millibars. 185 miles per hour is the same as Hurricane Dorian that hit the northwestern Bahamas. So there you see it. Now, the latest little wobble in this thing is a little bit to the left, and see this bay right in here? That's Black River, and boy, this is extremely concerning there. That's a real viable town. There you see on the super close-up, we look into the eye. Notice the stadium effect. Notice it slopes out in both directions. That's because the force of the wind is spinning faster as you go up, but also the pressure inside is higher than the pressure outside, so it pushes out as you go higher in the atmosphere, and it creates that stadium effect. But you can see that this is right now, the strongest winds are right around here, right now, coming ashore from Treasure Beach up to Black River here. And this town here is a significant town. It's a very historic town, and we'll just see what is left of it. Mandeville, a significant city in the mountains there, 2,000 feet up. It's going to be on the right side of this as well. So there's the analysis from the Hurricane Center. These are the hurricane force winds right here. You see already ashore in southwestern Jamaica, in that this parish here is called St. Elizabeth's. It's a very significant, important part of Jamaica, and they are taking the head-on hit from this incredible storm. So the idea is about noon Eastern time, about 11, so coming up within an hour or so. Landfall, according to the latest National Hurricane Center projections, we'll get an update here any minute. And then 2 p.m. this afternoon, they're continuing to carry it as a Category 5 over the mountains, because this is moving along at a decent clip now, and as such a well-established structure that it's just not going to tear up easily by the mountains. And those aren't the tallest mountains in Jamaica, right there, by the way. And then this evening, 8 p.m., showing the hurricane force gusts departing the coast. The yellow or the tropical storm force winds 40 miles per hour or higher. And then finally that's moving out in the overnight hours, about 2 a.m. Eastern, about 1 a.m. In Jamaica. So that's the timeline for them. Take a look here at the rainfall, and then I want to show you this topography, because it's so important. So first of all, here you see these bullseyes where the heaviest rain is over these mountain areas, and then it all drains downhill. So it's not the rain falling from the sky as much as it is the drainage out of the mountains that's so dangerous. And I talked about Black River. Remember, this is where the storm is making landfall. This incredible wind is coming in here. So the way this works, this is the town of Black River here, and I think you can see the higher elevation there. So this area in here is all low, and it's kind of a nature area, and the river, Black River, drains here. So all the rain that falls on these mountains up here comes down in various kind of tributaries into the Black River and comes down. There are other rivers that come in there, but this area here is a lower area. And remember, the storm surge is coming the other way. So the storm surge is coming in this way, and it can go way inland in this low drainage area there, just to the east of the town of Black River. And we're very fearful for what's going to happen all along this coast here, Resort Coast and down to Treasure Beach. There are homes all along that road there, that coastal road, all below the mountains. And then all the rain in the mountains is going to come out, and all this, the storm surge is going in. So this is all big. Over in Kingston, obviously we're not going to get the same storm surge because it's displaced and the wind is not pushing as much, but it is pushing into this harbor. And here you can see right in there, that's where all the water has got to drain out of Kingston, right there. That's one of the output of the gullies that go through the city. But look at all these mountains here. Rain falling in the mountains, it's going to come down these canyons here into the city and then through gullies. You've seen up in Spanish Town, again, rain in the mountains coming down, and it's got to get eventually down to the Caribbean. So that's what they're facing there on those coastal plains where the cities are. This whole thing here is metropolitan Kingston, including Spanish Town and Portmore, that all together makes up something near 1 million people in that area. So here's the storm surge up to 13 feet above normal high tide, and you can see there's where it's going ashore. This is where that 13 feet is going to happen. But all along here, everywhere you see a bay, you're going to have enhanced storm surge. Every scallop in the coast is going to have more storm surge than on the flat part of the coast, or if the coast were flat, you would get less. So looking downstream, we have the hurricane warnings up for eastern Cuba and the central and southeastern Bahamas. Tropical storm warnings up in Haiti and the Turks and Caicos. So here's Cuba and Guantanamo, Santiago de Cuba, very bad there. Holguin, that's a big city there. They may very well be in it as well. Then up into the Bahamas, you see there through the central and southeastern Bahamas. Exuma is kind of the dividing line. Zuma looks okay, but then we get down to Long Island and Crooked Island, and then down Turks and Caicos on the fringe. So this is the corridor where this is going to happen, and it's going to be a category 2-ish, 2 to 3-ish hurricane moving through the Bahamas, and then a category 1 to 2-ish hurricane here in Bermuda. Looks like that's going to be late Thursday into Friday. We just got the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. Let's see, 185 mile an hour winds. They're still have the same pressure, 892 millibars there. Cody is updating the track, so we'll take a look at that here in just a moment, but I'm sure it's not going to be anything significantly different. The government of Cuba has issued a hurricane warning for the province of Las Tunas and a tropical storm warning for the province of Camagüey. So they've just expanded the area in Cuba that is under the warnings. The Bahamas has discontinued the hurricane watch for the Turks and Caicos, so just a tropical storm warning now in the Turks and Caicos is the idea. The eye of Melissa moving toward the north-northeast at 9, and let me see, what's the location of it? It's 40 miles southeast of Negril. So let's go close up here again and look at this, and there you see. So this is the point they're anchoring on here, and they say 40 miles down there. Extremely dangerous, Category 5 Melissa, about to make landfall in Jamaica. Catastrophic winds, flash flooding, and storm surge occurring on the island as we speak right here, right now. All right, guys, so here, let me see. We have the new cone, so let's take a look at it here in terms of the timing. I don't know that we have anything significantly different. There's where it is right now, and we go forward in time. There you see just moving across the island, no significant change. The timing here you can see 2 p.m. there, Category 5. Looks like, remember, Robert Ray is right up in here in St. Anne's. This is St. Anne's Parish over here. So he's going to be on the edge of this core as it comes across the island this afternoon, and then moving on out. Same timing, 8 p.m. hurricane force gusts, and then overnight the storm moves away. So guys, this is one of those. It's the same feeling I remember working during Dorian, and my friends in the Bahamas were under that, and it was just just horrendous feeling to know that they were going to be facing this 185 mile an hour hurricane, essentially as strong as a hurricane can be in the Atlantic Basin. It's the top of the scale.
And you're dealing with mountains here in Jamaica, which will only enhance some of those winds as
Right.
well. It's worst case scenario for Jamaica. Brian, we know we have to take a quick break, but we're going to be joined by you again at the top of next hour. So we will talk to you in a little bit. Of course, our coverage, as Brian had mentioned, Robert Ray is in St. Anne's Bay. That's located within St. Anne's Parish.
All right, look at the winds. Look at that.
Call now and we'll come to you for a free consultation.
Where's the guy in the car? Looks like his feet is freezing.
Resorts are, where so many tourists are hunkering down in boarded up hotels, resorts, or rental homes like where we're at. We're in a rental home, a fortified structure. We think this is the best place to protect us. We think this is a place that we can document this historic storm coming in. But some new numbers out of the Jamaican government here, about 35% of the island is out of power at this point, and about 25% of cell phone service is now down. That is only going to get worse and deteriorate. I expect fully for our power to go completely off at some point this afternoon. We've been in and out since last night on the power. I also expect communications to go down, unfortunately. The roadways are going to be seriously compromised in this part and all over Jamaica. But so many of the restaurants and businesses and small homes on the shore, just about a quarter mile from us here on the Caribbean Sea, that roadway lined with people's livelihoods. I hope that some of them survive this. But to the southwest, in the Bread Belt Agriculture Center of Jamaica, so much will be in ruin, and so many lives changed forever, and history made with this storm. The anticipation has been overwhelming for the nearly 3 million residents of Jamaica over the past 4 to 5 days. The government has opened up shelters on high ground. They've removed people from the shorelines in the southern area, and with the hope that everybody did evacuate. If they did not, I don't know how you survive it in the area where landfall occurs. We expect a complete degradation of the landscape here at some point later today, with flying debris and power outages.
This is crazy, folks. It's crazy.
Hell that you can possibly think of at this point. I just had a discussion with the crew moments ago. My photographer, Jared, and then our security team here, and I asked everybody to please call or send your loved ones messages now. Right now is the time, as at any point we could lose communication. We will survive this. Many people will survive this, but it is going to be perhaps the most difficult period of anyone's life here in Jamaica, and the aftermath could be as catastrophic and devastating as the impacts of Hurricane Melissa. Guys.
Yeah, concerning thing too, Robert, because as we look at these winds and we're seeing how this thing has maintained its strength, the fact that the NHC has been talking about it, how in the mountains the winds could be even stronger. You've covered your fair share of tornadic damage. It is going to look like a tornado. Brian Norcross mentioning that when you account for the gusts, this is like an EF5 tornado.
Absolutely, and to consider that verbiage is scary. I can't tell you guys. There is a shake to me right now, and I feel very, very nervous and anxious about what is to come. And Jared Maloney, for our viewers that are just tuning in, on the ground with me, meteorologist, scientist, just said that there's a possibility, that this eye, this canyon, this wall could go across the entirety of the island. And if that's the case, I mean, usually there's a dissipation upon land. But when you have a storm that is this strong, it is, all bets are off the table. And the rain consistently falling again. Thankfully, we don't have the wind, but there comes a point where the emotions are going to take over, and you're just going to have to hunker down and realize there's no way out, and everyone's going to have to protect themselves and everybody they love here.
Yeah, the concerning thing too is that those winds extend now 30 miles out from the center. That's been maintained. Yeah, we haven't really seen that eye wall replacement cycle, so the intensity is going to remain the same, and this thing's going to emerge still as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, even if it's done with Jamaica, and then it's going to move into Haiti. All right.
Yeah. Then you worry about the rain too, Robert. You're going for 40 inches of rain, highest elevation. So yeah, wind, rain, storm surge. Category 5, a storm that I'm sure that you've never been in a storm this strong before, and it's coming right for you.
No. No, I've never. I will never experience anything. I don't think like this. Maybe again in my lifetime. I hope I don't.
Yeah, so
certainly. I mean, I've been in a lot of storms dating back to 2004 season with Charlie, and then 2005 the hell Katrina. But I think this may take everything else.
And it's widespread rain too, because you're far removed from the eye right now, but that's beginning to move ashore, and it's only going to grow more and more intense. All right, Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray for us in Sant Ann Bay. Appreciate that, Robert. Jamaica going to get the brunt of Melissa as it continues to bear down. The eye wall already moving ashore. You see how it's just right along the coastline. Our continued live coverage continues after the break. We'll be right back.
We need some help.
I know. I'm going to cashnetUSA.com. And if approved, we can have the money in our account as soon as the same business day.
Go to CashNetUSA.com to apply for the money you need.
I'm happy. I'm happy to have gold. I have gold as a hedge against inflation. I know that this is the only thing that represents real money. I've had a portfolio of course, stocks, but no one ever talked about gold as part of your portfolio. To make a long story short, I end up buying gold for the first time. And boy, was I excited. What I like about owning physical gold is that I'm in control of my money. No one else has his hands on it, but I can put my hands right on it right now. If I need it right away, it's there.
If you would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, simply call to receive the complete guide to buying gold, filled with new and exclusive information, including facts you should know about making any gold, silver, platinum, or palladium purchase. Call now to also receive our new 2025 Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You can also
Looks like it's getting bad for the guy with his car. All right, we're watching the hurricanes in Jamaica. Watching the hurricane in Jamaica.
Can make a tremendous difference in the effects.
So it's coming up to Black River and Treasure
Ranch.
Ranch.
The latest advisory. All right, Brian Norcross, appreciate as always the analysis. A Category 5 hurricane about to make landfall. Our coverage of hurricane.
Welcome in, everybody. This is Lance the PI. We are here watching the footage going on of these live streams over in Jamaica of this hurricane. Some heavy winds going on.
north of Treasure Beach, so they're going to be in one of the most intense bands. Look at those.
For a long period of time.
Yeah, those trees. It's crazy. It's in the parish is St. Elizabeth's Parish. We've talked a lot about it this morning.
It's gone down. Look, man, I can barely see that.
Yeah, it's a huge agricultural hub. These are fishing communities along the southern shores of Jamaica, and you see the types of winds, as the Hurricane Center has said, total structural loss.
Amazing.
If you're within the core. Well, coverage of Hurricane Melissa's landfall and then the eventual journey into the Bahamas, it's going to continue after the break. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
All right, I hear sirens.
Black River all the way down to Treasure Beach. For perspective, a little farther to the east, well east of there, you'd eventually get in to Kingston. But from this vantage point, as we're going to continue to keep watch of it, visibility continues to drop. That rain essentially moving sideways. What a mess. Ferocious storm. We also want to go up to St. Anne's Parish. Now that's on the north coast, so that's removed, but St. Anne's Bay is within the cone. And it's possible that later this afternoon, we will feel those impacts. We want to bring in Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray as he's been watching this. Robert, I don't know if you have a return, if you've been able to see what we're seeing in Treasure Beach. What a ferocious storm.
I do not have a return, but I just got word from Jared on site here, meteorologist, that yeah, you guys do have a live camera down there, and he tells me it's amazing. I can't imagine what the images are. And you know, we've got a bit of a lull in the rain here, considering that last time we spoke, an hour ago, less than an hour ago, it was an absolute downpour. But winds are kicking up as those outer bands move through here, and trying to give you guys some different looks. But we fully expect when this system makes its way up here, which we should start feeling significant impacts in the 1 o'clock hour, is what our prediction is, that we're going to start to see the degradation here. But honestly, Stephen, I cannot even fathom what is happening down to the southwest on Treasure Beach and some of those other areas, the breadbasket of Jamaica. And remarkable and unsurvivable, likely.
You, Robert, from the perspective of the rain, we had Brian Norcross on. He's going to be with us throughout the afternoon, describing the characteristic, the nature of the system. It's more angular. It's more like a disc. We often associate hurricanes with these rain bands that spiral in, and certainly we've seen those with Melissa. But in this case, and maybe you can speak to it, the rain has been persistent. And if anything, it's just going to grow more and more intense. We're not looking at so much these bands as much as this is just a solid shield of rain that continues to move over the island, and it's only going to grow more intense as the winds pick up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what we're going to feel. I mean, we've had the ebb and flow of rain and breezy conditions, at least here in north central Jamaica, throughout the day, and even began last night. But as soon as this landfall occurs and it begins to make its way on that predicted northeasterly track up into the Montego area, and where we're about 50 miles away from Montego Bay. Yeah, we expect consistent downpours. And, you know, as predicted, maybe upwards to 3 feet plus in some areas. And that's just going to, you know, you're going to have water that is just rushing down the road that I'm on right now. Any slight decline is going to have that. And as a matter of fact, the camera cannot move out of his position. Pete can't move out of the garage that he's in right now for protection. But, I mean, Stephen, I'm looking actually on the upslope of this road right now, and water going into a sewer, just draining down into the sewer, doing a fine job right now. But I don't think that's going to be the case as the deterioration of the atmosphere continues after this landfall here, and particularly where we're at. And a quarter mile down this road is the Caribbean Sea, and up and down the stretch that leads into Montego Bay, full of restaurants and businesses and homes and structures. And I have to think that there's just going to be a lot of destruction from the wind field, and clearly the flooding is a major issue, the flooding that is on the way for the entire island.
Where we see the most intense winds, there's no doubt that those trees could be uprooted from the ground. They could certainly snap in half. I know you've been reporting on the power outages, Robert, throughout Jamaica. I'm wondering what you would make and what could make
Look at that. Winds are picking up. See what's going on with the news.
In the coming hours and certainly days, we're positioned appropriately at this point to not only cover, you know, the winds and document all that and the rain and the impacts, but then as soon as we can move, we are positioned to try and make our way to the west into Montego to cover the aftermath, though a lot of the roadways could be very much compromised with power poles down and structures that are disabled because of the wind field, and not to mention the flooding that could occur. So, I mean, already, and this was about an hour and a half ago, the officials here in Jamaica had put out a statement saying that, you know, 35% plus of the power was out across the island, and over 25% of mobile activity, cell phones, were down. Nearly 3 million people on the island, and that's not including, you know, tourists that are at all these resorts up the road. So we're going to wait for significant impacts here, but some of the video, the live video that we have on our air from Treasure Beach down in the southwest to the breadbasket is just frightening and unbelievable, actually, this system. Bob?
All right, Robert, thank you very much. And we're just getting a look at the 12 o'clock advisory that came in. No change in strike, Robert. No change in pressure. The winds are still 185 miles per hour.
185 mile per hour winds.
So that wind field is going to be upon you within the next couple of hours. So heads up, Robert. Thank you very much for your input. So it's going to be wider at the top and funnels down as it gets closer.
Right. And most of it is, I know with the 12 o'clock advisory, the National Hurricane Center officially said the eye is about to move into southwest Jamaica.
Yeah.
But the
I'm sure the last frame. So
the majority of the eye is still over water. It's still finding that fuel.
So that's the center of the eye it's there. Okay. So it's still gonna be another hour or so before it does make landfall.
Yeah.
We'll see. But you can see the only winds that we have, the only report that Montego Bay has not reported now in a while. That we've either lost connection or whatever's going on there. Kingston's only 25 mile per hour. I'm guaranteeing these gusts are more than that.
Yeah, we saw a 58 mile per hour wind gust. That was noted by the Hurricane Center in at Norman Manley, which is the Kingston International Airport. There were also
telecommunications. Mister, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. I know it's a tough day.
Tough, very tough.
Do you have any updates? What's going on right now? Any news? What's coming in as we're watching this thing make landfall?
So I can confirm that that it has made landfall just outside of Black River, and they are feeling the effects of it as we speak. I'm in Kingston, which is the capital, which is 100 miles away. So our weather is not too bad here. We're having rain and wind, but definitely nothing like what's happening in the western part of Jamaica at this point in time.
Have you had any updates on the power grid, how it's holding up across the island?
So the power grid has been holding in those areas where the hurricane is due to hit. We have probably lost about 75% of the customers' base, and now with it hitting, I expect that 100% of those parishes will be down. As a result of other issues, we're having electricity problems in other parishes as well that are not going to get a direct hit. So I suspect that our grid is going to be badly affected in the short term in terms of
They got people still driving out there. You said Jamaican homes are built for this? Yep, look at there. Aren't they built of like cement and brick? This is Lance. Who are you trying to reach? Because I think you got the wrong number. Who are you trying to reach? No, no, it's not. You got the wrong number. I'm a process serving firm, and people hire me to serve documents to CSC, but this is not them. Bye-bye. You too. Look at that. There's cars going across now. Look, they got cars still driving around down there, folks. Let's see what they're saying.
Millibar system. Even typing updates today, I was typing 982 because you're not used to typing 8. You know, you're used to typing 900.
Right, and we were just remarking about Tropical Storm Sonia that's out in the Pacific with a low pressure of 1,003. Like, okay. I mean, this is incredibly strong when you're talking about this, and you like to dive into the models too, Mike. And my question is, which model do you think is prepared better for this one, and which one is performing better right now?
Well, I love the Haas models. You know, Haas A, Haas B. They've been really good with intensity predictions, and they were predicting 880, 890. You know, almost a week ago.
And we were like, really?
Yeah, remember we talked about it. I got called out on it. I'm like, are you kidding me? But they did really well last year. It seems like the Euro track is always solid, really good. The GFS was terrible. It was going over Hispaniola, and the UK was like going over the Yucatan. So it's disappointing that two of the top models we used to use, you know, it makes it frustrating. You know, that's why we got to take a blend of models. And overall, I think the track was pretty on point. It's just sad looking at the maps. You know, I was googling that area and.
Look at that. The bridge is now got some trees on them falling on top of it. All right, folks, we're getting ready to end this stream. We're going to end the stream now, everybody, and we'll come back if anything major happens.